Welcome to beautiful Durham County here in Staindrop, where we are nearing the top of the second inning in today's local derby between the County Durham Spartans and Durham University Wolves. As you may have seen, we had some technical difficulties to start the game, so we have one complete inning through the books, 5-0 Spartans thus far. I'm Gabriel Fiddler. I'm joined by Liam Tweddle for today's Father's Day matchup. And what a beauty it is today, Liam.
Oh, it's a great day for it, Gabriel. A real good one. We've seen a nice first inning from the Spartans there. Let's hope there's more of that to come.
This is a Northeast Baseball League game, a competition which for the early part of the season mixes the local university and adult teams. And today is the debut for Durham University in this year's league play. However, the Wolves are fresh off a second consecutive British Universities and Colleges Sport Baseball Championship, also making its way to the final of the softball as well. That time for the first time ever. This is the four-time University National Champions since it was started in 2016. But today they find themselves down 5-0 to Spartans, having sent over a bit of a mixed team. Before they come up for the top of the second, we'll go over their lineup and then recap what happened in the first inning. Leading off for Durham University is Sabaris Hill in left field. Batting second is Finley Logan in center. In third is the second baseman Charlie Morgan. Batting fourth is Cole Shabaris, the shortstop. Batting fifth, Ernesto Valverde, the pitcher. Batting sixth, the first baseman James Bradley. In right field, batting number 7 is May, the catcher, and the eighth hitter is Jared Mercer. And in the 9 hole is the third baseman Yorgos Velimachitis. In the first inning, Sabaris Hill singled to lead off the game, beat out a ball between first and second. This was before the live stream kicked in. He then stole second and third, but meanwhile the next two hitters struck out against the Spartans' new phenom pitcher, Douglas Kishi, known as Kishi to his teammates. And then the Spartans got out of the inning unscathed with a 6-3 putout, in which the shortstop Shabaris hit the ball hard to the hole, but the Spartan shortstop Dunkel picked it up, fired it to first just in time against the speedy Shabaris to retire the inning. We'll go over the bottom of the first when the Spartans come to bat later this inning. In the meantime, we have Ernesto Valverde leading off the second inning. He was this last year's Durham University captain, help lead the Wolves to that national championship and also to a league championship in the BUCS North Division, a perfect 5-0 record. Wolves have not lost a game this year. Bit of a hole dug in the first inning. And there's a line drive down the left field line. Oriana Frame in right field actually gets a glove on it, can't quite haul it in, and Valverde is into second base with a 2-base hit. As a great swing from Valverde, Frame playing all the way over in right field near the line, managed almost to pick that up.
She did, got a glove on it, like you say. Maybe caught her out a bit. She's usually playing second base, so she doesn't really play much outfield anymore, Gabriel, but there's a nice introduction to the game. She's busy already.
The interesting thing about that ball from Oriana's perspective is she should never have been close enough to get a glove on it, but was actually shading Valverde perfectly to get a glove on it. And so instead of having to run a long way over and make a stab, as one might expect, instead that ball was actually very, very close. And as you say, probably caught her a little bit off guard and was absolutely roped down the line.
Yeah, you made good contact there.
Brings up a second lefty in the first baseman, James Bradley. Bradley in his first season of playing baseball and has gone from learning the game in October to cracking the starting lineup for 2 games, and here makes his senior team debut.
I don't think he's learned how to button his shirt up though, Gabriel, it seems. I mean, that's easier to do than learning how to play baseball, but here we are.
It's funny that you mentioned this. This is actually the first time I have seen James wear a jersey. James, as you can see, is wearing kind of skinny jeans with zippers all over them, and his game day jersey is almost always a band t-shirt from a metal band. And today dons, for the first time as far as I can recall, a jersey for this game.
He's actually dressing for the occasion today for the first time.
So no button up is actually closer than normal. So
he's actually made a bit of effort today.
Indeed, he is serving as today's honorary captain for the Wolves, in which during NEBL play, more on that in a moment, the Wolves have different members of the team get a chance to captain as he fouls off another one. Count now 2-2. This is a Northeast Baseball League, NEBL, derby game. It's the first game of the year for the Wolves, who also played in the league last year. It's a great opportunity for the local and university teams, as I said earlier, to mix together as Bradley walks to first base. Worked the count there really nicely, I think, Liam.
He did. He was waiting for that. He seen that last pitch. He seen it come in a little bit high. There we go. And is this another debutant?
It is. This is a very first game ever for May, and making her number 1 debut. Durham University has 2 baseball teams. Total squad size of about 30. Thus, playing time is quite difficult to come by, and the ones or the senior team are the best baseball team in uni level, and in fact arguably one of the best teams in the country at any level below the National League. But May here making her debut. It's a 1-1 count.
And she's took another swing there.
I apologize, looks like that first pitch was actually a strike.
Yeah.
So we have first out here.
It caught us off guard as well. There's a strikeout.
So that's 1 down, still runners on first and second. Douglas Kishi picks up his 3rd strikeout of the day. In the first inning, he went infield single, strikeout, ground ball. In this inning thus far, we're going to go with E9 in right field, a walk, and then a strikeout as he loops in a breaking ball there. I'm not sure what the call was on that.
I think that was a ball.
I think that looked like it was just inside. As you can tell, we're a little offset here, and we're actually blocked partly by the camera as Mercer fouls off the second pitch. Jared Mercer, last year's president, 3-year veteran of the Durham University Wolves from the San Francisco area, and finishing out his uni career with these Northeast Baseball League games. So storied career for Mercer, who's played catcher, pitcher, third base, little first base, occasional position elsewhere, and one of the club's strongest players.
So he's a Bay Area boy then, is he? Do we know if he supports the good team from the area who've now moved? The Oakland Athletics has always been to me, or is he unfortunately a San Francisco Giants fan? Do we know this?
Let's put it this way: he is now a fan of the only Bay Area team that is still in existence. So Liam here, big athletics fan. You probably worked that out from the last minute. Let's just go ahead and declare our allegiances. I'm a lifelong Red Sox fan, raised by a dad who was stationed in Britain, hence the accent, though as you can tell it's a bit of a mixed accent, and it's definitely not a County Durham accent. Liam joins...
You do try.
Yeah, well, every once in a while I may bring something out, but I'm going to rely on Liam for local flavour. He, however... with a paucity of MLB teams in the Durham area, he is an athletics fan, and what I will say about Liam is he is a true one, that he is stuck with the team through the various issues, and maybe a little excited, despite the recent play of the A's, of their hopes for this season.
There's some good players coming through the ranks, Gabriel.
All those years of suffering might be starting to pay off, as that fastball causes Mercer to jump out of the way.
And they've decided to spend a little bit of money now they've left Oakland, which is a little bit annoying. But
and perhaps a little unsurprising to any long-time Oakland fans. Nice pitch, but just misses inside. Looks like we have a 2-2 count. Not always sure on the calls. Great umpire behind the plate in Cami, the club's chair. A little hard to hear his strike calls at times. As beautiful breaking pitch from Kishi, and that's the 4th strikeout for the day. 2nd out of the inning. Runners on 2nd or 3rd. Great spot for that gorgeous breaking pitch.
It's a joy to watch him on the mound this season, Gabriel. You know, he's come in, he's straight into the ace hole, and he's been dealing all year. The 4-game win streak, you know, a lot of it is down to to how he's been dealing on the mound.
When I rejoined the Spartans last year, having been associated with them a little bit when I was in my earlier Durham University days, Ricky said, "Can you pitch? We have no pitchers." And I thought that Ricky was joking, but in fact, the club in the past few years has been a little shy. Now a little bit more depth, to the point where we have a few options for game 2, despite one of the better pitchers, Nick Home, catching today's first game out with a rotator cuff injury when it comes to pitching, but blessed with a bit more. But what we haven't had for a few years is an ace, and Douglas Kishi, or Kishi as we will call him, true ace for this team.
Definitely.
Experience with the London Meteors in the London Met system in London. Those of you who follow the British base will know that that is one of the top programs in British history. They've won 9 consecutive national championships and recently won the Federations Cup. First time a British baseball team has done that. So it's a huge addition for the Spartans to have Kishi, who has moved to the area recently.
Yeah, we've been told, we've been getting a lot of compliments on him from opposing teams all year. We've been told we've only won games because of him, which is you don't tell France they've only won the World Cup because Zinedine Zidane's on the team, do you?
Though I don't think you will see Kishi headbutting anyone in this game, so slight differences.
Let's hope not.
Slight differences here. 3-1 count now, and a grooved pitch there to try and get that second strike. Looks like he might have thrown a changeup, as that came in pretty low and looked like it had a little spin on it. Nice pitch there from the veteran Kishi. However, that final pitch, little low, and Villamakitis walks to first base, so we have a bases loaded situation here.
Villamakitis, we understand that there was a little bit of an issue this morning as his uniform got locked in the washing machine. There was a malfunction.
Oh no!
The door locked. The uniform was in there. He couldn't get it out.
Oh my goodness!
He is playing in his civvies.
Debut for Villamakitis, who's only joined the club post championship winning. So nice little debut for him. They're working a pretty tough walk as Hill, the leadoff hitter, lines one up the middle. Kubias Senior cannot get a hold of it as that goes just under his glove. Throw in, and Douglas throws that wildly over, but the throw back in from Home gets it, and that is all. So Valverde scores, Bradley scores, and Villamakitis is caught at home plate on the relay. So that goes center field to second base to catcher to pitcher to catcher for the pitcher to catcher to pitcher. So that, if you're scoring at home, that is 8-4 to 1 to 2 to 1 for the final out, catching out the potential third runner as he rounds home. So 2 RBI on the single for Hill.
And 2 runs scored there, and maybe a little bit of an experience from the debutant to try and get home, but he was close, in fairness.
He was, and made a play out of it. The throw from Kishi as the pitcher goes well wild of the catcher Home. Not sure what he was thinking there. Looks like he may have mistook the runner or the umpire for a fielder. Throws it wildly, but it doesn't come back to burn the Spartans, who have a 5-2 lead here. We are going to keep it here as we move to the middle part of the second. It's 5-2 Spartans now, and we'll recap the bottom of the first, but not before telling you the Spartans lineup. So with the Spartans coming to bat for the bottom of the second, the lineup goes Ricky Scott at first base, batting second Oriana Frame in right field. The pitcher batting third is Douglas Kishi. Batting fourth in left field is Tommy Warrilow. Batting fifth, the catcher Nick Home. Batting sixth, the second baseman Pablo Cubillas Sr. Batting seventh, the center fielder Rob Warrilow. The shortstop Brian Dunkel is batting 8th, and rounding out the lineup is Cliff Matsuya in 3rd. Now here's how things happen. You will have caught some of this by the live stream, but will have missed, if I recall correctly, the first couple batters. Ricky Scott drilled the ball to center fielder, caught for an out. Then Ariana Frame walked, went to second on a wild pitch, scored on an RBI single from Kishi, who stole second. Tommy Warlow then struck out. Meanwhile, Nick Holm then followed with a single to third base, but on the throw from third to first, the first baseman Bradley dropped the ball. That then allowed Holm to score. Kishi scored on the single. That made it 2-0 at the time. Kubias Sr. then singled just over the third baseman's head to drive in both Kishi and Holm. He moved over on a Warlow single. That's Rob Warlow, the dad. And then Brian Dunkel drove home Kubias. So that made it 4-0. Cliff Matsuya then drew a walk before Ricky Scott, still with 2 outs, drove a ball through the hole that was stopped by the shortstop Shabaris, but no play possible for 5 runs. Oriana Frame, the 11th batter in the inning, then struck out. So we have 5 runs across for the Spartans. We'll start with the third hole hitter, Kishi, against the Wolves pitcher Valverde. Valverde is a 3-year veteran for the Wolves. However, primarily a first baseman and occasional right fielder. He's been working on pitching this spring, though, and making his debut here. His line in the first inning, one inning, had a total of 6 hits given up. There was an error in the inning, but it did not lead to an unearned run. So 2 strikeouts in the inning, 2 walks, and we bring Kishi up to the plate. First ball goes very wild to Valverde, from Valverde to Kishi. Second one is a nice swing and miss on. Looked like it might have had either a little bit of break or maybe a changeup on that. A little hard to tell. Valverde has this very looping delivery as a southpaw, kind of fires it in there and aims for some natural down motion on that ball. And so we've got we got another one that's 1 and 2. So here we have 1 and 2 against Valverde. This next pitch goes well high, 2-2 count here. So we're here in the bottom of the second, Spartans Wolves. 5-2 Spartans after a big first inning, taking advantage of a lot of 2-strike hitting. And most of the damage done with 2 down as this ball bounced to Shabaris at shortstop, fires over to first base. Nice hard throw. Great team spirit there from Bradley, who gives a high five to Kishi. We're going to go all So we have Tommy Warlow in here, struck out on a 2-2 count in his first debut. Warlow, the only junior member of the Spartans. I apologize, he's one of 2 junior members, which brings us to an excellent point, which we'll return to after this pitch from Valverde, just inside. Mercer, the veteran catcher, attempting to frame that, pulling that back in, but a little too low. He's one of 2 junior members, I should say. They are also both 2 sons, and Liam made a great point while we were off the air earlier, which I'll turn over to him after this 3-0 pitch.
Yeah, we've got double father and son combination here today on this Father's Day. We've had father and son, Rob and Tommy, playing in the outfield together, and they were running a little late, as they've been for a father-son carvery. So let's hope that there's still enough motion in them in the outfield if needed. Not too full.
Meanwhile, as the younger Warlow walks, as the younger Warlow walks, and we have some technical discussion behind me on the booth. We have two sets of fathers and sons here on this Father's Day double header. We have the Warlows, Rob and Tommy. Rob being the senior of the two. Tommy, who has just walked as Valverde's pitch goes low to home. The second pair, Pablo Cubillas, senior and junior, are split between the two games. Senior is our second base for the first game. The junior will make his game action in the second, as that ball is dropped by Mercer, allowing Warlow to steal second with no contest.
That, although he is a junior, Tommy Warlow, I'd put him in maybe top 2-3 in the Spartans team for his plate discipline. He's got great discipline for such a young head on his shoulders.
Yeah, Warlow, the younger in this case, can often be relied on for a walk and then stealing. Here we have a great throw from Mercer, but high, and it's hauled down by Villamikitis at third base. Could have easily gone over, but Shiberis, ranging all the way over from shortstop, backs that up, keeps the ball in the infield, and so we have a runner on third. I wasn't sure what the call was on the second pitch of this AB, but it looks like it may not matter as the ball is popped up. Bradley catches it foul. That's a great catch from the rookie first baseman to get two down.
And here we have Pablo Cubillas Senior with his Take Me Home Country Roads anthem here. Bit of John Denver for us this Sunday afternoon, Gabriel.
Probably a familiar tune to many of you watching out there, especially if you are dads. We thank you for joining us here on this Father's Day double header from Staindrop. Happy Father's Day to all of you fathers out there. And I can't think of a better thing to do on a Father's Day, having spent many a Father's Day in the park, often with my dad, occasionally working a baseball game, then listening to a baseball game or watching one live. And so thank you for joining us here, and we're glad to bring you a couple pairs of father-sons, including Cubillas here, Pablo Cubillas Sr., and on deck we have Rob Warlow, whose son is on third. So pretty fun for us here on Father's Day to have that action.
It is very fun, and I just want to say, me and Gabriel, we've had a couple of technical difficulties. That's because our lead production man, Carl Howe, he's actually not here today. He's in Canada. He's been an extra on the TV show Bar Rescue, so he's abandoned all baseball duties today for a little shot at fame.
Absolutely fair enough, and we thank him for this great looking setup. Hope you're enjoying it. Thank you for joining those of you who have been joining us all year long. I've been broadcasting for many years, and it's nice to work with what is pretty close to a professional setup here, despite the fact that there's no funding for this kind of thing. As a ball dribbled on a 3-0 count to shortstop, Shiberis fires the ball over. Really nice play from him, but Bradley, who's only just starting to see game time at first base, catches that ball that's fired over from Shiberis to hold Spartans scoreless in the second inning. So still 5-2 after 2 full innings here.
Credit to Durham Wolves there for keeping the Spartans scoreless, because as we talked about, we are on a bit of a hot streak, a 4-game win streak, and obviously 5 runs in the first. We were hoping that was going to continue, but well done to the Durham Wolves there.
The conversation point that Liam referred to a moment ago would have actually been whilst we were off the air, which is that the in Northeast Baseball League play, after dropping the initial 2 games of the year to the Edinburgh Rays, since then the Spartans have won a pair of double headers. One of those was in Northeast Baseball League play against the Single A Newcastle Nighthawks, not to be confused with the Triple A Newcastle Nighthawks, same organization. And then last week swept a doubleheader in the Northern League Developmental League, and in that facing two teams from elsewhere.
Yeah.
It was Leeds in one game.
No,
if I'm not...
It was the Newark Nationals.
That's right,
in game
Newark
one,
Nationals.
who we played in a friendly last year,
That's right.
and the game 2 was against the Sheffield Blade Runners.
So 2 wins there, one from a brand new team who's just joined the league and one from a rookie team. We'll step away for just a moment here. Welcome back to County Durham Spartans baseball in a Northeast Baseball League derby with the Durham University Wolves. 5-2 Spartans here, top of the third. Finley Logan leading off, struck out against the veteran Kishi on the mound, and takes here a pitch outside, fastball missing on the outside corner. Logan is a 2-year veteran of the Wolves, has played a mixture of 1s and 2s, but recently got to take home a medal in this year's British University and Colleges Sport Baseball Championship at Farnham Park, the national stadium for baseball here in Britain. Getting here some first team action with the Wolves. Takes another pitch low and outside from Kishi. Kishi has looked very solid thus far, Liam.
Yeah, all season he's been dealing on the mound. Like you see, he's a leading example from.
Logan fouls one right. Hits one right into the sand in front of home plate, and it dribbles about as slowly as it's possible down the first base line.
Logan, no relation, in case you're wondering, to Johnny Logan, 2-time Eurovision winner for Ireland. I know there was a question asked before about that, but
keep those questions coming in. You can join the chat on the live stream, fire in questions about what you'd like to hear as a home tries the back pick, glances off of Ricky Scott's glove at first base, and Logan stays there. Run you around the defensive formation again for the Spartans. On the mound, Douglas Kishi behind home plate, Nick Home. The infield from first to third is Ricky Scott, Pablo Cubillas Sr., Brian Dunkel, the shortstop, Cliff Matsuya at third. Then left to right it goes Tommy Warrilow, Rob Warrilow, and Oriana Frame. Charlie Morgan now the batter here. He was the 2s team captain this year for Durham University Wolves. He is now the club president for the upcoming year. Flails at a nice curveball from Kishi, but this allows Logan to steal second.
he's frustrated there. Was not happy. I think he tried to check his swing. Didn't manage to pull it off.
Back-to-back Ks for Morgan, and I must admit he's seeing particularly nice stuff from Kishi in both of his at-bats. Really had not much of a shot there. Shaberas, the club's top player on today's roster, steps up. He is half Gibraltarian British, half American. Last year on a gap year, spent time playing for a club in Thailand.
Oh, wow.
Touring Southeast Asia and playing little ball in Japan as well. But the incredible thing about Shaberas, who has great plate discipline, great contact and power, is he only started playing baseball when he started at Durham University 4 years ago, and has gone from being a total neophyte to the game, knew nothing about the rules, to one of the Uniball's top hitters.
That's good contact there, straight up the middle. Gets under Brian Dunkel at short.
Not much that Dunkel could do on what was an absolute line drive, dropped just before second base on the infield. 2-3 bounces and then well into center field. However, because of how hard the ball was hit, not a chance for Logan to score from second. That ball would have been fired in, no doubt. Look for Chaberis to steal. He's an all-around player. Got great speed on the bases here. Valverde, the left-handed hitter, steps in. Line drive to deep right field. Frame managed to get a glove on the ball. Couldn't quite hold it in last time as he takes a fastball low from Kishi. So we have Valverde. He's Ecuadorian. There are two cities in Ecuador where baseball has been entrenched since the 1930s as a really strong sport. Most people think of football, as Chaberis breaks for second on a ball that is low again. Looks like a two-seamer that Kishi just could not wrangle across the plate. And so Valverde, despite growing up in a country where baseball is not big outside of Guayaquil, where he grew up, went to the ballpark every weekend with his dad, who was a long-time player, played for decades. I think he may have even been a club president. So he came to Durham from South America and has been a stalwart part of this lineup for 3 years.
Well, he's experienced some success in that time, Gabriel. Like you say, they are perennial winners.
Indeed, in Valverde's 3 years, the club has won 2 national titles, has won a BUCS Northern Division title, and in the last 2 years has only dropped a single game during regular season play, and in nationals has only dropped a total of 1 game and 1 draw, incredibly. Nice pitch here from Kishi after a foul ball. It's now 2-2 to Valverde. We have, contrary to what the scoreboard will tell you, runners on second and third, 1 out here to this veteran hitter.
Yeah, and there's that veteran instinct, the plate discipline. He gets his walk. Bases loaded.
Nice call from Valverde there. On a pitch that kind of worked its way around the plate. Looked almost like Kishi tried a slider that kind of broke around but never over the plate. Bases loaded now as Liam has ventured. This brings up James Bradley, the rookie making his first team debut, who swings at a nice fastball right on the black on the outside. He drew a walk on a full count after fouling off a pitch on 2-1, then taking ball for 2 pitches later last time. He's really, really impressed with his growth this year from someone who'd never picked up a bat in any sport at all, and to my knowledge never really played much sport, to a guy who's starting to hit some line drives and just the nicest guy you could imagine. He's a great teammate, really, really beloved as he's worked his way into the lineup.
And
here.
a fun fact about him, the first bat he actually picked up was the one that fell from a tree in his back garden, where he actually, fed and watered it for a few days before healing it and sending it back off to safety.
So a real Johnny Appleseed here as Bradley hits a shot to left center field. Warlow brings the ball home pretty quickly and manages to get the ball in. Anyone but the speedy Chaberis might have honestly had a chance to catch him quite remarkably, but no chance there on that line drive. Great job from Rob Warlow in center field to hold Bradley to a single on that, as that ball was smoked. But RBI from Bradley makes that 5-2-4.
Good contact from him there, and they're starting to feel themselves a little bit. The Wolves getting back into the game, needed an inning to get there.
So 2-run single there from Bradley gets the Wolves right back into this. Runners on first and second here. Still only 1 out as the rookie May, seeing her very first game action comes in. She struck out last at bat, and we'll try here to add to the Wolves' lead.
And it's a baptism of fire for her. You're facing Kishy in her first at bat of her career. You know, sometimes you can get it a little easier than that, Gabriel.
It certainly is a tough way to make her debut, but she's in there, draws a pitch on that ball in the dirt, which allows Valverde to move to third base on a wild pitch. So runners on first and third now. Nice job by Kishi there to recognize the level of experience and take something off of the fastball, give May a chance to hit, and she does. She fouls it off. Little debate by the Wolves over whether that was in fact a foul, but Bradley called back to first base, so count is 1-2 here on May. One down. Kishi fires in, takes something off again, but misses, so it's 2-2.
Well left.
Nice plate discipline by the rookie May. Good to see her hanging in there. And a nice swing on that 2-2 pitch. She had that lined up perfectly, but just a little bit behind on that.
And it's what you see, obviously, with some of the rookies at this level is maybe we think good plate discipline, but some of them end up don't swinging at all. She swung for the right pitch on that one. She was, like you say, she was unlucky, and it was a good clean swing.
Agreed. That's a nice plate discipline, a nice plate at bat by May. Looks like she has had some experience possibly in Spartans multi-week trainings to get an idea of that, as in particular she stayed in the box. A lot of rookies kind of jump out of the box when swinging, particularly with a cricket background, as Mercer, the veteran, takes a huge hack there against Kishi. He's looking extra bases on that ball.
He wants it, and we've got a few fans here today as well, Gabriel. We've a big attendance for the derby here.
Nice to see fans out here on this beautiful sunny day. Looks like in total we have about 25 people here. Some of those players, but quite a few family members as well. Good to see children playing to the sidelines. There's nothing better than to see children at the old bull yard having fun with balls and gloves themselves, as Mercer lines a ball but foul down the third base line. So thank you, as we see more fans coming in, more children, and also a golden retriever. I know that will be a hit at the ballpark. Always good to have a bulldog. I don't know if what training level on retrieving bats the dog has, but some of you will have seen the bulldogs that some minor league teams have. Well, all fans welcome, two-legged or four-legged, here to stay and drop.
Yeah, we love the four-legged fans, and if he stays for long enough.
Mercer crushes a ball deep left center field over Warlow. Looks like it took a hop before bouncing over. So that is what is called a ground rule double. That is when a ball bounces over the fence in right field without going over directly. Over directly would be a home run, but the rule in most British baseball leagues without permanent fences is you got to hit it all the way over, no bounce. So that is a game-tying double. Bradley is forced to stop at third, as the runners are only allowed to advance two bases on that. So that is a game-tying double. Would have been go-ahead if that had not skipped over. Nice swing though from Mercer on that ball.
Great contact. Like we said, they're definitely grown into the game here. Some of the rookies and this kind of half inexperienced Durham Wolves team, encouraged by the more senior, experienced players.
That's right.
Seems to be pushing them on.
That's right. Mercer, in this case, batting himself low in the lineup as certainly the player on the Wolves with the most experience. One of the two Bay Area Americans, the other being Finley Logan. And but on the other hand, here we have Georgios Velamakitis at the plate. Velamakitis swings at a high and outside fastball. Nice pitch pitch from Kishi on ball 1. Second pitch, though, is called a ball, so we have a 1-1 count here. Swings at a breaking pitch in the dirt. Nice pitch from Kishi there to get him chasing. That's actually strike 3. Good AB there for Kishi to get out of that inning.
Yeah, we needed that there, and you know, he's just found the zone again there with that last batter. I think he fancied himself against the rookie.
Yeah,
he put it in the zone.
In this case, Kishi clearly buckling down with a need to get out of the inning after having given up that game-tying double. So strikeout there, but game evening inning for the Wolves. 3 runs in on 3 hits. There were no errors for the Spartans. 2 big runners left stranded, though. So through 2.5 innings here, it is 5 runs for the Wolves, 5 runs for the Spartans. We'll be back with you at the bottom of the 3rd. Welcome back to Staindrop for today's County Durham University Wolves matchup. It's 5-5 through 2.5, And at the bottom of the third, we have Rob Warlow, Brian Dunkel, and Cliff Matsuya. Warlow, one of the two dads in today's squad, getting the start in game one. He hit a line drive single in the first inning, eventually scored the 5th run of the inning, and that is still 5-5 here in the bottom of the third. So 2 nice pitches from Valverde, the Wolves pitcher, but just missing both of them. Been a tale of 2 innings thus far in this game, with the Spartans scoring the 5 runs in the first inning, 2 runs for the Wolves in the second, and then 3 in the third, as Warlow walks to first base. Has reached base both times now that he has appeared. Brings up Brian Dunkel, who got fooled on a 1-1 pitch in his last at-bat, then crushed a ball for a double to right center. But here pops up to right field, wind gusts and blows that behind the right fielder, May. Very unlucky. She was camped out in the right spot, but the ball, as you may have been able to see from the stream, just suddenly blew into the right field corner. Not much she could do, that she almost got a glove on it in the end anyway.
We were conned today with this weather, Gabriel. We weren't expecting this, and it's playing havoc in the outfield. It
is. Winds here are swirling quite unpredictably, with gusts as big as probably 20-25 miles an hour, and very unpredictable in the direction. Currently we have a left field to right field wind, but with that wind, it's not that predictable, as the ball lined just off the tip of Vela Makiti's glove from home, with runners on first and second. Not much that could be done in terms of scoring, but Matsuya, I apologize, rather than home. A line drive there, not a chance Vela Makitis could have done anything about that, but that loads the bases. So quick start here for the Spartans, with the veteran and leadoff hitter Scott lining up to take his time at bat. So can the Spartans capitalize and break through against Valverde, making his debut on the mound, though far from his debut on the diamond? Stott hits that ball hard, deep into left center field. That ball is going to go all the way to the fence, and it'll go under, unluckily for Scott, who would have cleared the bases if that ball had stayed in. Still, that was a great swing from Scott.
Back-to-back cracks there. Cliff and Ricky, great contact. Spartans back in the mix.
As you will have seen there, Scott does a great job in getting the maximum amount of contact from his swing. His swing is, in terms of power, is not going to blow you away in the sense of, wow, that guy's swinging from the fences. But what he does is keep the bat in the zone for a long time, and then just manage to drive that ball to both of those gaps. In this case, scoring 2 runs. Great stuff from the long-time veteran. I apologize, 1 run with the... no, it is, yeah, of course, 2 runs with the double. So 7-5 Spartans here. We have Ariana Frame walked and struck out in her 2 plate appearances, as that ball is a little inside. No outs still here. First 4 batters have reached base. Frame hits that ball softly to shortstop. Chaberis goes into the hole, fires it. Bradley cannot come up with it at first base, and that is a costly 2-base error as that ball goes out of play. So 2-base error on the catch by Bradley. Looks like the throw was more than catchable, I'd say, from Chaberis. Yeah. Who did a nice job even of getting it over there, but instead that is a run across for the Spartans. Runners on second and third now, once again, on that costly error.
Spartans coming into the heart of the lineup,
and Kishi ropes the ball dead center field. Looks like the wind may have carried that, and that goes under the fence once more. Not a double, despite Kishi, as you can see, hands stuck out in protest there. No, that went over. Still as the centre fielder for the Wolves, Finley Logan says no, in fact that went under, and even from our position that was pretty clearly a double. But another 2 runs for the Spartans, who have solved the pitch of Valverde here. 5 runs across in the inning. So, runner on second, nobody out as Warrilow steps in. Tommy Warrilow, he's walked and struck out last time, worked his way to third. Didn't hear the call on that.
No. And the wind's playing a bit of havoc with communication here for us.
It is. Kishi steals third almost before the ball has reached third. So runner on third now.
Great inning for the Spartans. This has been Spartans baseball in 2025, Gabriel. Big rallies, big hits.
Great to see from the Spartans, who had almost gone out of existence during, really in the years leading up to the pandemic and then coming out of the pandemic. But thanks to the great work of Cami and Oriana, have pulled things back in, and club going strong now with about 30 regular members, to the point where the team essentially has 2 teams, a development team and then the Northeast Baseball League team, which we're seeing here today, as Warrilow lines a ball, really nice looking hit, but just foul, just over the head of the third baseman, fellow Makitis, and foul. Warrilow really disappointed as he come in.
It was a close. It looked fair to me, but we are, from this angle, not our usual angle. Caught me out a bit there.
Little difficult to tell on some of those balls that are just off the ground. But nice swing from Warrilow, who has a 2-2 count on him, and strikes out on a loopy fastball from Valverde. Believe it or not, that the 8th batter in the inning, first out of the inning for the Spartans, who have jumped all over Valverde this inning, 10-5 with another 5 runs. Another top hitter here in home up. He has singled and scored in the first inning, hit a foul pop in the second inning, and comes to the plate for the 3rd time in 3 innings here.
Yeah, we know what Nick Holm can do. Serial home run hitter. Every time he steps up into the box, big things are expected, and with the hit show this afternoon, let's hope he can pile on the misery.
Certainly from a Spartans perspective, that is what the club is hoping, as Kishi dancing off third base just out of frame for you all. However, he's fooled by a nice breaking pitch from Valverde. Looks like that was probably a curveball. Had a little drop on it, even in addition to Valverde's natural downwards movement. However, grooves a fastball, hit pretty high over the infield, not far enough back to score a run. The shortstop, Shabaris, wraps that up, though, for the 2nd out in the inning. Let's go over the defensive lineup for the Wolves again. The battery, we've got Valverde and Jared Mercer behind the plate. The infield is James Bradley, second base Charlie Morgan. The shortstop is Cole Shabaris, and the third baseman Georgios Velemakitis. Outfield left to right is Sabaris Hill, Finley Logan, and May, as Kubias Jr. pops the ball to the second base. So Valverde, after really struggling to start the inning, has pulled things back and has managed to get out of the inning after allowing the first 6 batters to reach. That was walk, 2 singles, a double, an error, and a double. So that's 5 runs on 4 hits, 1 error, and 1 left on. Spartans finish the inning with the lead of 10-5. So we'll bid you farewell here for a few moments, and we'll return after this pause for more Spartans baseball. Welcome back to Spartans Baseball. We're here in the top of the 4th inning with the Spartans fresh off a 5-run inning to take a 10-5 lead over the Durham University Wolves. The visitors here today, 2-0 count to Sabaris Hill, the leadoff hitter for Durham University. Pops the ball up to the right side, just over the head of Kubias. That is a seeing eye single. As the great Wee Willie Keeler, veteran of the 1890s National Baseball League in the U.S. once said, hit them where they ain't.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Great game for Hill, who's 3 for 3, 2 RBI, 2 stolen base, and I'm going to guess we'll be heading off for second on this very first pitch here. So nice work for Hill. Delayed steal here. Ball tossed in nowhere close there. And Hill, despite the late start, advances to second.
Good fantasy score today for Hill if you've got him in your team, Gabriel.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, although it is not made up of university players, as imagine the coding required to do that, Durham University does have its own fantasy baseball league. Sabaris not actually part of it, but today, if it would be possible to add him, would have been a great shout. Kind of a fun fact, though, on the lines of fantasy league, any of you who are just getting into baseball and thinking maybe you'd like to play one of the video games, Durham Spartans are actually part of, as a pickoff play goes to second, and that's a close play at second. Kishi finding to Dunkel, the shortstop, who moved in behind Hill, almost caught him looking. Hill has been picked off despite his speed once this year thus far. And it was on quite a similar play at third base as that ball goes wild. Fired down to third base. Shouldn't have been as close as it was, but Sabaris with his 4th stolen base of the day.
He likes that big lead there, and it clearly gets him there.
It does. Both of his stolen bases coming after a bit of a delay, a little unusual there. 1-1 count now on Finley Logan, who is the second of the San Francisco area players. There were a total of 3 Californians on this year's Durham University squad, one of whom played D1 softball, then came over for a master's degree and scholarship to play softball for Durham University. That was Ashley, who played at UC Santa Barbara, if I recall correctly. Then we have Finley Logan and Jared Mercer, the other 2 Californians, the 2 of them in the lineup today.
And this is why Billy Joel mentioned it in his song We Didn't Start the Fire, a little mention to California baseball, Gabriel, and indeed. That's why it produces so many players.
Indeed. Helps that it's sunny all year round,
yeah.
Seemingly as well, except for the northern part of the state. Bay Area does admittedly get some real weather, but still better than we have here in the Northeast quite a lot of the time, as Logan pops that ball up over second base. Once again, hit them where they ain't. Could have been a line drive single for all the scorebook said, but in this case it is an RBI for Logan, second hit of the day for him, and scores Hill, who worked his own run there by going all the way around the bases. Nice base running run for the Wolves there on Hill.
I think there was a little bit of a communication mix-up there. I think Ricky was looking to have that ball. Pablo had put his name on it. Couldn't quite make the play.
It did look like that there might have been something along those lines, as Kubias, a pretty sure-handed defender, but the 2 of them looked like it was kind of caught between them. Pinch hitter here for Charlie Morgan. This is Merrill Wong. Another rookie this year as he swings from his heels on that one. Throw back to Logan. Had it been on the line, would have caught him, as he was way off first base and then decided to come back in. So I believe it is a 1-1 count on Wong, one of the many rookies in this year's squad. And if I recall, has appeared only in intra-squads thus far for the 2s team, as he takes a ball fairly close throw to second, as Finley does not have that much of an afterburner, but steals second. As home battling that rotator cuff injury.
This is it. This is Nick stopping the injury, stopping him from pitching going forward. I believe we was saying at the start of the season he declared he wouldn't be pitching anymore. So you'll be finding new positions mainly a catcher, and I think first base eligibility for Nick as well this year.
Try and keep that stress off his arm and hope it will rest and recover through rest. Big miss for the pitching staff though, as he'd be the clear number 2. As Wong hits a ball that was going to hit him in the leg, instead dribbles it almost like a swinging bunt to the pitcher Kishi, who fields it and fires that very slow roller over. Logan moves over, but that is a handy little out. Ball was going to hit Wong. Worth noting, though, that this week Wong was hit in the shoulder in practice by Shabaris, who's the current batter, and hit his shoulder, then bounced up and hit his cheek on a deflection. He may be a little gun shy after that practice on Wednesday of this week.
Welcome to baseball.
Indeed.
What happens?
Indeed, everyone's going to wear it at some point.
A little unorthodox, like you say, like a swinging punt. It was like a little cricket punt, that one.
Might have been, as Shabaris absolutely torches a ball to center field. 2-run homer for the stud shortstop for Durham.
Excellent contact.
Absolutely drilled that ball to dead center field. So that brings it back to 10-8 as Shabaris hits the 2-run homer. That has to be the longest ball hit at Spartans Field this year.
Definitely. There's no doubt about it. Might be a little wind assisted, but I don't think he'll care. It was excellent contact.
If it was wind assisted, the wind drove it from left field to center field, making that ball even the more impressive as wind going left to right here. And that ball nearly cleared the trees. Center field, if I am not incorrect, is 350 here, 330?
I believe so.
I'm trying to remember what it's lined up today. I'm going to say it's 330. That ball was probably 50 feet beyond that.
Yeah.
We're looking at something like 375-foot home run from Shabaris, who does have that level of power.
You can tell he was, like you say, he's one of the more experienced players, one of the top players in the system, and he's got the team right back where they want to be. We've got a close game, we've got a real humdinger here, Gabriel.
We do. 10-8 now for the Spartans with that ball launched from Shabaris. Nice piece of hitting there from the shortstop who graduates in a matter of weeks, one of a number who will bid farewell to university baseball, at least unless they can be convinced to return for master's degrees. Mercer and Shabaris and Logan will all depart. None plan to return to Durham for postgraduate work. Be a big change without those long-term members. Shabaris likely to stay around the area and suit up for Nighthawks. A little bit easier commute from Durham to Newcastle, and Shabaris will be playing with their AAA team rather than single A. But today here, giving a lot of...
We didn't have a chance to sign him, Gabriel. Is that what you're saying?
Well, as you might imagine, I did try and recruit him, but he is interested, and I actually suggested that he ought to be looking to play AAA or National League, as he's that level player. And we saw that here from Shabaris, who's made 3 nice plays at shortstop.
And he'll tell you he's got a master's degree in home runs as well.
Valverde fouls off that pitch. Believe it is a 2-2 count. Now Valverde's protecting the zone. 1 out still, bases empty here for the Durham University side. So Shabaris making a mark on the game. We might see him on the mound a little later in either this game or game 2. And as you'll be able to see there, he really is a true 5-tool player. But the batter here is Valverde. Takes what must be ball 3. I did have it as 2-2 on the screen, so I'm glad that appears to be correct. And
he was confident in leaving that one there. He looked close to me,
not a bad pitch from Kishi on 2-2. Worth noting that the pitch that Shabaris hit was one of his better fastballs.
Yeah.
Just missing on the outside corner there on that full count pitch. And Valverde, for the 3rd straight time, he's reached on a fly ball to right that went off the right fielder's glove. And back-to-back walks. We're joined here in the booth by Shabaris, who has just hit that home run. What a drive from Shiberis. You must be quite pleased with that AB.
I'm very grateful to the Spartans for the opportunity. Always a good time coming out here and enjoying the sunshine.
There's a strike to Bradley. What were you looking for in that AB, Cole?
A pitch that I can hit. Something.
And what do you think you got?
A pitch that I could hit.
I would say it was fastball, middle, maybe a little bit on the outside, right in the zone that you like it.
Somewhere down that power rally, low and away.
You and I have been working on high inside pitches. I think we're both glad that was something a bit more meaty.
I think the ground out in the first innings tells me that inside pitch was giving me some trouble today, but it's something we're continually working on, looking to improve.
Cole, I think we would all agree, being quite demure there as Bradley strikes out, bringing up a pinch hitter who is actually not listed on the roster. Cole, thanks for dropping by. We'll look for you more later in the game.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
So we have a pinch hitter here. Perhaps Cole can fill us in on the name. Definitely a debutant, as this is someone of which I am unaware.
In the meantime, before we get the information, he will be known as Vestman.
Yes, a little shy of a full uniform, but only joining the club here in the last couple of weeks. I knew there were 3 brand new players, and this is one of them, as we are getting a substitution. This is Will Hurst. So Will Hurst making his Durham University debut as a pinch hitter for May. So welcome to the Diamond, Will, who I think this will be his first ever baseball game. So 2 down here. Runner on first is Valverde, and swing on a very low pitch on strike 2, and that is all for the inning.
Welcome to baseball.
Yeah.
You know, it's that first time in a batter's box, Gabriel. I'm sure you remember yours. It's daunting. You know, I seen him practicing swinging at the side there. I'm not sure if he was participating in VP, but it's a different kettle of fish once you get in there and you're facing a live pitcher, especially if, like we've touched on earlier with Kishi's caliber. It's not the most ideal way to make your debut if you're a rookie, but
still great to get some game time. Only way to do it is to get in there and start swinging. And so we'll end the inning with the Wolves having scored 3. 2 of those came on the Shiberis blow. Hope you enjoyed that brief conversation with Durham University's star shortstop. We'll go off the air here for a few moments as we head to the bottom of the 4th. It's Durham Spartans 4, Durham University 8. Welcome back to Stain Drop and the Durham Spartans game against Durham University. We're here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Leadoff hitter was Rob Warrilow. After fouling off a pair of pitches hard, blooped the ball just in front of the pitcher's mound, which Valverde, the pitcher for Durham, wrapped up and fired over to first. So one down here for the home team Spartans, who have a 10-8 lead here in the fourth. Brian Dunkel, the batter, double to score a run and a line drive single, both to right field in his previous two ABs, so he's 2 for 2. This game, like most games in British baseball, is timed rather than a set number of innings, as Dunkel crushes a ball to deep right field. Might have gotten out. Looks like it bounced against the fence, but hard to actually tell which side it bounced against. That ball, unlike the Shiberis ball, clearly wind aided. Off the bat, it looked like it might only just about get to right field, and instead hit the fence somewhere at least. Absolutely just drifted and drifted and drifted and drifted and drifted. We're still awaiting the call here as there's discussion on the field, but a minimum of 2 bases. My guess is that with the wind, the fence is bowed a bit back on itself, and that probably hit the top of the fence, but on the fair side, which would be a double, and that appears to be what the call was on the field.
It was a double, and we've got Cliff Matsuya now.
Matsuya has reached base in both of his ABs, a walk, and then a single just over the head of the third baseman Makitis in the third inning. Trying to drive in a run here with a runner on second. That is Dunkel. So Matsuya digging in, hits the ball to shortstop, and Shiberis lets it go under his glove. Bit of a miscue there. Looked like rather than getting his glove down, kind of just scooped at it, and don't know if the ball took a bit of a bad hop or something, but free base runner for the Spartans. So runners on first and third. Ricky Scott up. Fly ball to center in the first, single to shortstop in the hole in the second, and a double to deep left center field in the third as Matsuya steals second. So runners in scoring possession for the veteran Scott, who swings and a miss at what looked more like a two-seam fastball, as the left-hander Valverde, most of his pitches are more running inside. That pitch very inside, but Scott hits it straight into the ground. Valverde races over, throws it softly on the ground, but Bradley hangs on to it to get an out. What a play by the rookie first baseman.
Yeah, he's done well.
Very
He's
nice
done well
scoop there.
It looked like it was going awry, but he's done well there, the rookie.
Almost nothing on the throw from the pitcher, and admittedly, one of the hardest things when transitioning from playing infield to playing pitcher is knowing how hard to throw over from the mound. And as this is Valverde's first ever game, probably a little tricky on that. It looks like, though I checked initially, and this was not the case, that Dunkel actually scampered home. Looks like he only came home after the throw was already over. So that was an RBI from Scott on that nice play by Bradley to pick up the ball that rolled towards first base on the throw. Essentially, the throw was like a little soft toss that rolled in.
Like you said, that recalibration of the arm, Gabriel, it's a difficult one to judge when you've been thrown heat off the mound.
Yeah, indeed. So instead, we have a runner at third. There are now 2 out. And that's another run for the Spartans, who are now up 11-8 with frame up. I believe the count is 2-1 against her. That's a curveball in there for strike 2. Be crucial against this hot-hitting Durham University team to get another run here if possible. And little contact to short. Shiberis races in, fires with confidence over to first base, though hardly even tested Shabaris, making up for that little error a moment ago, but an unearned run does score after the Dunkel double, which only just about stayed in the park thanks to the wind. It is 11-8 Spartans. We'll be back for the top of the fifth in just a moment.
I didn't think I'd be shivering today.
Welcome back to County Durham Spartans baseball. Gabriel Fiddler alongside Liam Tweddle, and my goodness, have we had a thriller today.
What a game we've had, Gabriel. Close game. Now we've got three. We were going into the last inning. 3-run game.
Ground ball from Mercer takes a skip up over Matsuya. Not sure what happened there, but it looked like that ball, which was hit pretty hard, jumped all the way over his shoulder, which is a pretty high hop.
It was that late bounce, which is what you fear when you're playing third base. You're trying to judge the ball all the way. As from experience playing third on this field, the ground can be a little unforgiving, and it certainly was there at Cliffy.
We've had hardly any rain so far this season, and the ground is definitely playing a little harder than it does normally, as Mercer goes off for a second, won't even be close. Mercer has that veteran kind of pace, knows just how hard is necessary to get in there, and all of a sudden nobody out. There's a runner on second for the Durham University Wolves. So nobody out here. This brings up Georgios Velimikitis as he swings and misses at a fastball low while Mercer steals third. So Velimikitis could be responsible for himself getting the Wolves within one. Sabaris Hill, who's 3 for 3 on deck, represents the tying run currently in this final inning. So all to play for here as Kishi loops in a ball to the catcher home. Doesn't catch enough of the zone, and we're at 1-1. Temperature is dropping a little bit here, and as that ball comes in, does it glance off Velimikitis? No, evidently not.
2-2.
So that results in a ball rather than a hit by pitch. Lucky for Kishi, as that was pretty far inside. Loopy ball, a little something taken off of it over the zone, and that is called strike 3. That's a nice pitch
It's a very nice pitch, right over the zone, strikeout looking. And Willem Akitas, he's not been afraid to swing. I'm surprised he didn't actually fancy that one, Gabriel.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. Looks like a curveball that may have just dropped all the way through the zone. We're not used to baseball swings. It's hard to gauge whether those things are in fact going to be strikes or not. But either way, that's a crucial first out for Kishi, who's going to go the distance in this one unless something changes radically. We're here in the 5th inning of a timed baseball game. Back to the top of the order for Hill, his 4th AB in 5 innings. He is 3 for 3, 4 stolen bases, a run scored and 2 RBI, but in this case, could not catch up to a fastball from Kishi. And that rising fastball, that fastball high in the zone from Kishi has probably been his best pitch today.
Definitely. It has. He's worked that.
Line drive, that'll be a 4th base hit and another RBI. Frames comes up with that, quickly gets that in, even by the time that Hill has gotten to first base. But that is the 3rd RBI for Hill, the club's leadoff hitter. Brings us now to 10-9. So even closer game than it was previously as Hill knocks in Mercer. We've seen some great ABs from the second-year student Hill today, haven't we, Liam?
Hill's been definitely one of the ones to watch on this Wolves team. Been really impressive at the plate today, Gabriel.
He famously made his debut in his first year last year by homering off one of the country's top pitchers, who played for, at the time, the #1 university team, University of Central Lancashire, since dethroned by Durham University. And so he's made his mark and has a fair number of gapped doubles and hard hit singles. But today he's been really impressive in just driving the ball each AB. 4 singles, but 3 well-struck singles, and another in which he used his speed to get there, as Logan fouls the ball off on a 1-2 count, or a 1-1 count, making this 0-2. So Logan 2 for 3 today, pair of stolen bases, 2 runs and an RBI. So a nice day for the finalist Logan, one of the multiple Bay Area players today, and I'm afraid to tell you he is also a Giants fan.
It's always the case.
Alas, there are no athletics players on the Durham University.
I blame John Fisher for that, to be honest.
Yeah. Who in fact could lay the blame elsewhere. Oh, and Logan is rung up on that pitch. Close one. I wasn't sure what the call was. I had actually written ball, but a nice breaking ball. That curveball, it's been a little bit inconsistent from Kishi, but when it's been on, it has really been on. Rings up Logan for his second strikeout, looking there. Nice pitch from him.
Like you say, when he gets that right, they just can't deal with it.
So 11 Ks now and 4 2/3 for Kishi. What a performance by him. Brings up Wong, who on a 2-2 pitch that ought to have hit him, instead tossed the ball slowly over, hit the ball slowly with his bat kind of swinging down as if it was a bunt. Takes the first as a ball, I believe, and there takes
a little high,
it takes a strike there. So 1-1 count here with Sabaris Hill having stolen second and now third. 6th stolen base of the game. He is fleet of foot, and if he can avoid getting picked off, which we've seen him play a little fast and loose with, has a real shot of going around the bases each time. Still, here with 2 outs, he's going to need a hit from Wong to come home.
I think from what we've seen of him today, he would you wouldn't put it past him trying to steal home, especially in this scenario here with the rookie batter at the plate on 2 outs.
I wouldn't be as surprised at all. They're hoping instead that Wong will put the ball in play again. Kishi doing the right thing and taking quite a bit off that fastball, running it now to 3-2 on a pitch that just missed. So will Wong get a slower pitch to hit here? I'm guessing it's fastball right down the middle. Nope. That's what it was intended to be, but misses, and the rookie Wong draws a walk. So nice job there for Wong for not expanding that plate zone.
He's done well there. Second plate appearance from him. Stood his ground. He got his walk.
And an absolute nightmare scenario for the Spartans here with the stud Shaberis stepping into the plate. Runners on first and third, which means that a home run here from him would be the go-ahead runs. A double, if it goes long enough and slow enough, would tie the ball game up. Lot to play for here with 2 down, and this is the out of the game here.
This is not what the Spartans wanted. They were hoping to get Wong out there and end the game, but now you've got the most fierce hitter in the Wolves lineup at the plate. It certainly makes it interesting for us in the booth here, Gabriel.
It certainly does, as Wong takes off for second, no attempt to throw. Now what's interesting here is runners on second and third, 2 down, 2-0 count against Shaberis. If I'm Kishi, despite my own feelings about wanting to get down with the guy who homered off me, I'm thinking, and he proves me wrong what I was about to say, ball hit to shortstop, Dunkel wraps it up, the throw over is not in time. Shaberis had that beat out even beforehand. What I fully expected is that Shaberis would have nothing to hit the remainder of the AB, but instead Kishi challenges him with a low fastball, which I do think was probably the right call in that situation if one was going to throw a strike. Shaberis hits a pretty hard ball to Dunkel. Dunkel a little slow to take it out of the glove, gets the ball over, but without much zip on it, and Shaberis just simply beats it out. The ball skips in front of first base briefly anyway, but it didn't make any difference. So we have runners on first and third. That is a game-tying run on third base.
You've got to be athletic. You've got to be on your game straight up there to catch an athletic guy like that out at first. It was easy for him there.
So instead of anything further, we have a ground ball that brings in the run, and that brings up Valverde, who takes the first ball as a strike, fouls off the second one over our heads in the broadcast booth, and Valverde reached base 3 times, reached on an error and scored in the second, walked and scored in the third, walked with 2 outs in the fourth and was stranded. But crucial here that they do not allow him to come back from this 0-2 count. So can Valverde tie up the game? Last year's first team captain. We have Wong dancing well off of third base, really came more than a third of the way down the line, maybe thinking about if that ball goes wild. Quite a gutsy move from the rookie there, probably not quite aware of how far he is down.
It's that youthful inexperience and enthusiasm of wanting to make a home for his first run, I think.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing too, because as you're right, I'm not sure that he has scored a run yet this year, as I believe this is his very first game as on a full competitive game rather than an intra-squad. A third base coach, Charlie Morgan, the current club president, last year's 2s captain, going to keep him honest and probably give him a little conversation after that. However, after going up 0-2 on Valverde and then nibbling a little in the next 2 pitches, Kishi, the Spartans pitcher, really wild on that last one. We've run this all the way full. There is somewhere to put Valverde, and it wouldn't be surprising here to maybe see a pitch that's at least not in the middle of the zone. But after seeing Kishi challenge Shaberis, thinking he might go after him here, and he does on a slider. Really, maybe even better 2-seamer. Nice pitch. The shouts with excitement, but then goes over and gives a hug to Valverde as the game ends. What an absolute thriller we've had here, with the game ending with runners on first and third. 11-10 final to the Spartans.
What a hell of a game we've witnessed in game 1 of this Father's Day matchup, Gabriel. That was brilliant. And the Spartans, 5-game winning streak now.
Indeed.
And Kishi there, the mental capacity and strength.
That game definitely goes to Kishi, who earns the victory there with his 12th strikeout in 5 innings. What a performance by the pitcher, Kishi, Douglas Kishi. Guts it out to the end. Does give up 10 runs. Off the top of my head, I believe that a total of 7 of those, 6 of those are earned in 5 innings against a Durham University team that has not lost in more than 1 calendar year. This is a tremendous move, even for a Wolves squad that is admittedly quite a mixed team. But 3 players on that team have national championship medals. Another 4 have played for the very high caliber second team. And so to defeat any matchup of those 2 is incredible. We're joined here in the booth by Kishi, the winning pitcher for Spartans. Kishi, you managed to get through a lineup that includes a real power hitter in the shortstop Shiberis, a couple other veterans, the catcher Mercer. You gave up some hard contact but managed to gut it out in a lot of innings. Talk about your game plan here.
I was very nervous at the end, though I could lost, but we managed. So very happy, excited, and waiting for the second game.
This guy can get it done, like I said, all game, and he comes through strong at the end.
Let's talk about a couple of those ABs in the top of the 5th inning. Against Shiberis, the stud shortstop, you came up with the go-ahead runners in scoring position, first base open. You went down 2-0 against their best hitter. My thinking, and I said this right as you were pitching, was that he was going to get nothing to hit and was going to head to first base. Instead, you threw a fastball low in the zone. Talk about your mentality of challenging a guy who went yard on you in his last appearance at bat. What were you thinking there?
I was just trusting on my catcher's call and then let the game roll. So he did the right call on the right time, and we managed to do it.
He held him to what turned out to be an infield single, but was a ball that in some instances would have been a ground ball. That then resulted in Valverde, another tough hitter, coming up right behind him. You got him looking on the first pitch, then a foul ball, and then you were kind of working, hoping, eating at the corners, weren't you? And maybe hoping for something. What was the idea there after going down 0-2?
I made the joke with the Valverde because we both has the same language, so we can just joke around. And the only thing I say to him, you want me to use my whole arm because you are a really tough hitter. And we just short on the score. If you guys made the score, we're gonna have to play another inning. So yeah, I just used my whole arm, and now I'm gonna have to rest for the second game. I'm not pitching as well.
Indeed. I think it's probably quite likely yours truly will be on the pitcher's mound at some point tomorrow. But in the meantime, we say well done to Kishi, who struck out 11 in a complete game effort to defeat the national champion.
Let's go.
Yes.
So we will wrap up the game here from Staindrop. Good to have a couple guests in Cole Shiberis and Douglas Kishi in the booth. The final is Durham Spartans 11, Durham University Wolves 10. A few quick notes from the 2 offenses. Kishi 2 for 3 at the plate. Ricky Scott 2 for 4 with 4 RBI. Brian Dunkel 3 for 3, pair of doubles. For the losing side, Subaris Hill 4 for 4 with 6 stolen bases. Cole Shiberis, no doubt the hit of the game, a home run to dead center field as part of a 3 for 4 game. Valverde reaches base 3 times as well. What a great game. We're going to bid you farewell for a few minutes. 25 minutes from now, we'll come back for game 2. So stay with us. Go and grab something to eat or something to drink. We'll be back with you. Different broadcast team as Liam and I head into the booth. Final thoughts from you, Liam.
It was just a great game to watch, wasn't it? You know, it had everything. We had home runs, we had good pitching, we had good base running, and the most importantly, we had a Spartans win.
So 5 wins in a row now for the Spartans, but they have to beat Durham University again. The all-time series is actually pretty close, so there's no telling what things will be like as we turn things over to the second game. For Liam Tweddle, I'm Gabriel Fiddler signing off. Thank you for joining us. Please stick around for game 2, which starts at 2:40. We'll see you then.
Go Spartans.
And a little Go Spartans there from the junior Matsuya joining us in the booth just for a moment there. We'll bid you a final goodbye.
There you go, you're famous, Hilda.